Okay, now this time for totally sure, this is definitely going to be the final part. No way it can't be. There's no way there's fucking 6 more hours of this game. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's get things going here. Oh, testing. 1, 2. Here we go. Are we there? Are we live? Testing. 1, 2. Yep. Okay. Good to go. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to what may be the final part of this Let's Play. Might be, maybe. No way of knowing. We're apparently going to Rena? Maybe? Let's find out. Which way do I go? This way? No, that's where I came from. This way.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from the surface of Dana, so I figured it was just another round planet like ours. Still though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue. It's so surreal. It looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Any goodies hidden over here? There's a thing here. Right? Looks like a door, but isn't. Alright. What level are we on now? Lower, sure. Not accessible. Central? Okay.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that? It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
It doesn't look like it can move.
Okay.
Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrect 35.
Hevrect 35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this place? No, wait, before that. Just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you mean, serve? Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way. Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
Like it or not, it may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil. The Red Women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Date Phasol, a celestial base which drifted here by accident. The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
A question. What is this Great Spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The Great Astral Spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
A voice? Just like Dana.
Sounds like fucking Heidelin and
The
Zodiac.
voice of the Great Spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
Are you tempered?
Does that mean it was controlling your minds? Wait a second. Could this Great Spirit be the true Sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the
This is more
Forbidden
like
Zone on
14 than I
Lenegus.
thought.
If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
Yeah, but
Let's assume that what Hevrek 35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not based in logic. The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's Great Spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents.
Huh.
So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The Wedge and Lenegus are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegus was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
A request? But what could someone like you want us to...
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Okay, let's go.
I'm sorry, did you just ask us to kill your master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
What makes you say that?
Lenegis has entered the final stage of the spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena. If nothing is done about the Great Spirit, it will not be long before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize. As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Vengeance? For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
Others? Just how many of you are there?
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Faisal.
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
Okay. Okay. Interesting that it said we had to obey its commands, but it seems to have the wherewithal enough to realize that despite the fact that it's served this thing this long, they're on the brink of extinction. So it realizes it was all for naught. This is... wow. Basically, it sounds like something the all-consuming hunger, like, enslaved this race of aliens. And, like, they said this drifted here? I have...
You
wow.
can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its dirty work.
To be honest, the conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it said about the Renan Great Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter. I don't care if we're up against an entire world or what its game is. We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrecht 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on. Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
If there's a fucking anime trope that I love, it's let's go to this planet. Oh, the planet's hostile. Oh, you mean the inhabitants? No, I mean the entire goddamn planet. It's some sort of ancient celestial Lovecraftian horror that needs to be stopped. Fucking love it. Cosmic horror's the fucking best. Departure area. Lower? Okay. This game suddenly has so much in common with 14. I love it.
Who are they?
You are not like him.
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renan?
Hmm? Oh, yeah, I guess so. The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
Subjects?
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrecht 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Have you guys lived up here in Dig Faisal with Hevrecht 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegus from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And you've been working for Hevrecht 35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, but then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquill have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans. As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously.
Oh yeah,
Do they
that was
employ
a
an
thing.
astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected. It's a pretty sophisticated operation, especially since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegus is still run.
But aren't the Helganquill themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquill, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally.
Wow.
If I was you,
Wow.
I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Hevrecht 35 has clearly ceased concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Don't you want to go back home to Rena or Lenegus? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead. Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further. That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Thank you for answering our questions.
The Great Spirit of Rena needs the Heldenquill, I think I'm pronouncing that right, to enforce its will upon the people. Just like Zodiac needs the Ascians to enforce his will. Ugh. There's so much in wow.
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient. Second, we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
I take it the solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner! However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day. For the next plan, we tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana, and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contests began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps. A new Sovereign had to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana. As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy. At this point, it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Heverick 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes, and yet here we are. Are we done talking now? If it's all the same to you, I'd really rather not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
We are talking rather casually about the end of the world.
Can we talk to you for a few minutes?
Sure. It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Excuse me?
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Okay.
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
Yep.
There aren't. But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to bolster their dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danins who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danins that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Wait, that explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries.
They have these tiny machines that are practically invisible, which they insert into their bodies and...
Enough! You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance. If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
Dohalim.
Just when I think we're getting to the bottom of it all, some new revelation smacks us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
It feels like our whole world has been turned upside down. Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
And to get that energy, the Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danins.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danins all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over, before we decide on our next move?
That's a good idea, Kisara.
Sounds
If
like
the
I'm gonna
Renan
have to
Great
talk to
Spirit
everyone
really is
individually
behind
again.
all this, and we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this, we need to be completely sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go along with you. I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds, too.
Sounds good. Let's go find them.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
This is something. What to have? Sure, why not?
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any better now?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean, the Great Spirit is like a huge natural disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it. As for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down, I was still on guard around Renans. So... to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is... well... I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danan is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this, but the list of grievances the Danans have against the Renans is long, and understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danans, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power, and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Well, first we can try to figure out what to do about the existing conflicts we have.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Right. Everybody has their reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else. And now, I think I see a way to move forward. But to do that, first we need to make sure our planet isn't going to get wiped out.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell? That whole talk about the Renans looked like it shook you up a bit.
Yeah. I get this sinking feeling whenever I remember how Danan mages like my family were persecuted and died out. And now, I finally know why that is. But I was thinking, if Renans end up living together with Danans again, then mages won't be such an unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down, and there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
Yeah. I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in. But even so, I was still able to change. And if I can change, so can anyone else. So I was thinking maybe, I don't know, I could use my position as both a Danan and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Rinwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Now that you mention it, Heverick 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
Oh boy.
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody else, I remembered that I still had things out there worth fighting for.
Man, I think you might be a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad, and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
I know this is going to sound strange coming from me, but maybe the key is not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious reasons, but I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do, or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah, I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
One more to go.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegis or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating Dana, our problems will still remain. Putting aside the untold state that Rena may be in, if we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegis, or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegis might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
But things can still change if you have the right people to help lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegis, after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
Oh? What is it?
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana peaceably. As the one and only Blazing Sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And I take it that you'll be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
You're too kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
Thank you, my friend.
This story...
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion? How do you feel about the origin of the Renans?
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when, but how. I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it, before it was too late. How it fell on us, of all people, to heed that call, is a mystery.
I don't think Naori was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Huh?
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own hatred. That means forgiving other people, even and especially before they forgive you.
Forgiving. So it goes both ways, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts will keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without even meaning to. I know that better than most, thanks to these thorns.
It's not going to be easy getting past this pain. But if we can do it, I'm sure there'll come a time when we can all truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in, and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
Whoa there, Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think about, but at the end of the day, Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
Like Law said, if we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it. It's trying to rob us of our entire world. And it's going to take not just our home, but all of existence along with it. That alone is enough to make it our enemy. But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy, the one type which we know is native only to Rena. And if Rena's great spirit is what's behind Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's great spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is. Our minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So before I walked into another cutscene, I was going to say that, this story, there are so many instances where they talk about, okay, but what comes after? What are we going to do after we have everything done? It's not going to be all magic and rainbows. Like, I'm not... You're not usually used to seeing something like that in a piece of fiction, where they're like super seriously concerned about what comes after. Because usually the attempt is like, we'll worry about that when it's done. Gotta get the thing done first before we can worry about that shit. And while I applaud it for, addressing the issue, showing that the characters are very much conscious of all the problems they're going to face afterward, this is my personal opinion, it does kind of slow the story down a little bit. And because it does it so frequently, it slows down the story a lot. I wonder, like, how much shorter the story would be if there wasn't so much. But what about what happens afterwards? Like, is it like an hour? It feels like it could be an hour. Like you could knock off a whole hour of people just talking about, well, what about what comes after? So yeah, it's super interesting, but I think they do it a little bit too much, to the point where I'm just constantly thinking, okay, that's nice, I get it, but come on, let's go, let's do the thing first. So let's go do the thing. Which one was it? Central, I believe. We still haven't been to Upper. I assume we'll be going there next.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that? You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated. Therefore, if you destroy the core, the great spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience, and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
By using the Renus Alma.
Gotta use the MacGuffin
You
thing.
will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renus Alma to destroy it.
I don't like
Hold
the
on.
sound of that.
That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah, killing herself to take out the thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit, and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore our most reliable option.
What are our other options?
There is little reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her. We didn't fight this whole time just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational. It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis in an attempt to assume direct control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit. That is why it is necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
Wait. Naori said that the Renus Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns can be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renus Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
However, Doing so requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What does that mean for us if you won't allow it?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Why you?
Fine then. I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it. If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing. We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
What you say is irrational. Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement. I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I have one more question. You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Likely, the collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Havrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
Man, is it too much to ask for Havrek 35 to talk like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Alright, so something I need to talk about before we go any further is just how fucking perfect, how perfect it is that Ray Chase is playing Alphen here. Because I don't think this was intentional in any way in the slightest. But of course, most people will know Ray Chase from playing his role as Noctis in Final Fantasy XV. So spoilers for Final Fantasy XV. What this story is doing now is just the complete opposite of what Final Fantasy XV did in the end. I absolutely hated Final Fantasy XV's ending because the whole game you're playing through with your group of friends, and like you really feel like a family as you start to go, and in the end the gods come down to Noctis and just like, hey, listen, you gotta die so that you save the world, and there's no other way to do it. Either you die or the world is lost to ruin. So fucking deal with it. And Noctis is like, well, I guess I gotta die. I guess I'll just die. .jpg. And I'm just left there feeling it's not worth it. You haven't done one thing to make me give a damn about this world. All I care about is Noctis and these 3 other guys. And you're telling me to kill one of them. And then, like, the exact same scenario happens here, where they're like, alright, Shionne's gotta die, or else everyone dies. And Ray Chase, who played Noctis, here as Alphen, says, fuck that. We're not doing that. That's bullshit. It's not worth it. I don't care. We're not saving the world unless all of us can make it out of here. That is fucking awesome. That is so fucking good. Oh my god. I fucking love this game. Okay, let's go.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knight's is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away.
God, that is just... Oh, I'm gonna be thinking about that for a while. Ugh, man. It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest that you all get some rest in the interim. Rest.
You still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head-on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
Now that I think about it, I don't believe I've ever heard you criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside. But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
That is, in essence, the heart of your approach, isn't it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding. But as soon as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying. But we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
Even if we end up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright? To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Yes, I do.
I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost. Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
Well, if you ever need a helping hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you, Doe.
Go.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Don't even mention it. And really, when you think about it, now that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
You know, I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well, if everything we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Rinwell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
Yeah, I think that might be part of it. But I also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
When we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me. It was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight. Then, when I felt Dana's will, I was overwhelmed by how vast and warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it. It made me believe I had a bigger purpose.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, alright. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But I think that's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us? In a way, doesn't that mean we're all Dana's will?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah, maybe...
Heverick 35 might know the answer. But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will... Well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Huh?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh? No. What were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
Fucking dorks. Love them. Say it, goddammit.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Same as you. Still trying to absorb everything.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Ages and ages ago.
You
Everything
mean the
that's
first
happened
half of the
since we
game?
first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful people.
If I hadn't run into you that day, well, I wouldn't have met all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Hey, Alphen. I want you to promise me something.
Yeah?
If we can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do. Like Hevrecht 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena and the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen, that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike. We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got. But if it comes down to it, I need you to be prepared too.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end. I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before. But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my god.
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Yeah, we should probably get moving.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively straightforward. We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
We're fighting for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
Then let's go, everybody. We've got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
Sounds like someone's a peeping
I'm
Tom.
never gonna get over
Maybe we
that
should
name.
give Hevrek 35 a break. It has been stuck in this tiny facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Wait, should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
We better gonna move on
Will
then.
all the Helganquil go back to normal once we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
We understand.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up, did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
What?
As Sovereign, your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the Maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been rendered unnecessary. Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand. All right, time to get back on the Fall Knights.
Alright, here we go. Sounds like we got one dungeon left.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means. Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This world is dead.
Then this must be the Hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
Oh.
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
This is what the Great
Fruit
Spirit
of
does. After it
Helganquil.
depleted this
Okay.
planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Back in its day, Rena was probably just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude, until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there. Let's take a look.
Alright. Let's go.
So this is Rena. This is where everything began.
Really?
Yet it's a dead world?
Here?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Huh. Interesting.
Looks like we've warped into that pit of astral energy.
Helganquil!
Guess they don't need their Red Woman disguises anymore.
Wait, can you understand us?
It's no use. We're not going to get through to them.
So they really are being controlled. In that case, we've got no choice.
Haven't figured out a cure for tempering in this world.
I knew there was something off here!
They're not pulling punches. We have no choice but to beat them at their own game.
Burning strike!
In a bind?
One more time! Illuminate the stars!
If it's in the sky,
Holy
I'm
Land!
like bait to them. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Hold on to your arts. Here I come! Healing circle!
My head's spinning just watching you.
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
I can carve through armor!
Here's the fray! Illuminate the stars! Illuminate the stars! This one's mine! Holy Glimmer! Holy Lance!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Here's the healing astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Naturally! Power of water! Radiant here!
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
I can do this all day! Here's a healing art! First aid! Just what I needed!
This one's all mine!
Lunar blast! Razor cyclone! Lightning! Slow flight! Puddle! Here, let me help! Electric shock! Here's a healing art! Here goes! First aid! Go get him! Celestial hammer! Lunar flight!
We barely managed to turn that battle.
You don't need to sound surprised.
Perhaps I'll put more...
Don't get caught in the blast!
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
They have a self
Way to go!
If there's some form of it.
Alphen,
I can't forgive them for what they've done, but I hate killing them. They don't even know why they're fighting. How does that even make them any different from the Danon slaves?
Perhaps. However, if we don't make a choice, the guilt of not doing anything will be that much worse.
Yeah, I know. I hate for it to be like this. But if it happens again, you won't find me hesitating to act.
I wonder if we're going to get attacked again.
If we lose heart now, this whole mission is over. We have to stay the course.
That one's big and purple.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Like moths to the flame.
Illuminate the dark! Holy Glimmer! Sleep now. These ones can run rings around us.
Take this! I'm just freaking done it! Eat dirt!
Here's a healing art. Ice Prison! Slow flight! Lunar Celestial hammer!
To bash you! Stand back! I'll should have messed with me! I'm on!
I'm not able to do it! Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
Nicely done!
All thanks to you.
In here!
All
Feel it!
things come to an end.
More for the...
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
All disasters made one!
Can't get out of this!
Lightning far enough!
Finish you the flame inside me yearns to be let free! Look sharp! Lightning tiger blade! Must be easy to pick off the bad guys from far off.
it is. I mean, aside from adjusting for movement, wind speed, trajectory...
See? Easy.
Is this a dead end?
It appears this whole room functions as an elevator. That apparatus there is likely what's used to control it.
This room has no windows and no doors.
What
Oh, hi.
Where did they come from?
Less worry, more action. Concentrate.
Field!
Here's a healing art.
Your weight
Thank
won't
you for
save
all your
from
help.
me.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
FG airborne scoundrels.
Sounds like a job for yours truly.
I'm on it. You're done. It's go time.
You want me?
Round it. I can carve through. I'm on a roll
This
now.
blah blah blah.
Air thrust! You don't have firearms here on Dana.
I can show you mine if you like.
That would be really awesome, Fiona.
Away.
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Take this. Swallow dance.
Let the marksman handle this.
Ice prison!
Denied.
Celestial hammer! Razor cyclone!
Eagle
Tunnel! I never miss! Magic is am!
This one's all mine.
Watch him weep!
Eat this.
Astral energy!
Say no more.
More incoming!
Here, let me help.
First aid! What would I do without Raging cascade!
Their arts were interrupted.
Damn it.
Illuminate the
This
dark!
one's mine.
Holy land! Raging
It must take guts to You picked the wrong fight. Off my focus.
May 1,000 gales tornado!
Look sharp.
No more playing nice!
I can carve through armor. It's time.
Water, where are you going? Let the marksman handle
What's this?
Do it,
Celestial, get toasty!
Bird strike.
Right. Next one.
Illuminate the dark!
Already on.
Bring you down.
We're in the home stretch, guys.
What she said. Eyes on the prize. No.
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get a single down?
That'll bring you down.
Raging cascade!
Far enough.
Spread!
Off my focus.
Ice prison! Do it! Get toasty!
Bird
That thing's punching me.
Glacial
That's
spear.
such a... Go away.
Not
Take this.
Holy land! Ice prison! Radiant celestial hammer! Razor cyclone! Pierce! Slow flight! Damn it! Tunnel! Electric shock! By the power of water!
Now we're not
Hear me!
in a bind.
Burning!
Water, hear my call. Glacial spear.
Here's the evil!
You shouldn't have messed with me.
Freeze sweet dreams!
Swallow dance.
Lightning strike.
Eagle
Radiant
assault.
celestial
I'll
hammer!
smash you.
Reload!
Going in.
Close flight! There!
I'm on it.
Electric shock!
I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Shion,
Go for it!
prepare to crumble. Think we overdid it?
Here goes!
Not by a long
Here's
shot.
another.
Look sharp.
Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust!
Swallow dance.
I never miss!
Tangle arrow.
Do it! Law!
Demons descend. Flashing fang. Eat this.
Here's burning!
Whirling back.
This one's evil! Raging cascade!
Eagle assault. On guard.
Do it! Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
So many of these things out now.
Here's the evil!
Swallow dance.
Do it! Magic is hand! Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
The flames will roar! Annihilation! Can't get it! Flame of fury! One last one! Magic is hand!
Do it.
Holy land!
That'll bring you down.
Blah, blah, blah! Here I go! You get the chance! Gusty nail!
Oh, that was a lot of enemies.
With this,
Everyone's
I
doing
can
good, though.
become even stronger!
Even in such a
I think we have a few of these. Yeah, okay.
Harsh environment.
I'm gonna save.
Is this? There are still creatures here?
You think they're native to Rena? Or could they be Zeugles somehow?
Whatever they are, they're dangerous. Watch yourselves around them. You think that pit stretches all the way to Rena's core?
If that's true, and if we go down, we should find the Great Spirit at the bottom.
We could get there even faster if we simply jump down instead.
You sound alarmingly serious when you say that.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Go get him! Reload! One last illuminate the target!
Far enough!
These things really get on my nerves.
I'm like bait to them. Switch to offense. Mega ray.
Select
Run now. Hurricane strike. Look sharp. Here, blizzard bloom.
Now you see what I can do!
Eat this. Lightning meteor. Hurricane strike. Where are you going? Eat dirt. I'm on a roll now.
I've risen!
Lethal assault.
Here's another! Hear me! Bullseye! Mere thousand gales! Carry it to
You should have met with me!
Gusty nail! Who wants to dodge magic is amp? Spread!
Now I'm in the groove!
Healing circle! Hit!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Hurricane strike.
Flame of fury!
Take this!
Glacial spear! Here's evil! Dueling! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Hear me! Raging cascade! May 1,000 gales carry you to shreds! Gusty nail!
Evil punky lash.
Thunder field! Line up, line burning!
Looking good out there.
Just getting started! Razor cyclone!
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
I'll do my best.
Burning!
Oh,
I'll smash you!
Burning strike! I've got you instant! Gemini electric shock!
By the power of water.
Gusty nail! Burning strike!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing. Take that! Bullseye!
Tiger blade.
I've risen!
Get behind me.
Lunar Razor Cyclone!
I'll bring you down.
Spread! Here's a healing art! I've risen!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly. Take this!
Hurricane
Water! Hear my call! Dance to breath! Glacial spear! Here's evil! Lost! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Right, next one!
Hurricane
Already on it!
Do it! Frozen!
hammer.
Lunar blast! Here's another hurricane! One left! Raging cascade! Burning!
Armor won't save you!
Doing good. Doing good.
Easy.
A breeze!
An easy breeze.
Easy, breezy, beautiful cover girl. Seem the way we want to go is down.
Did anybody see that? This will be a delicious piece.
No, we can.
I'll run you through! It's time!
Take that!
Freaking does it!
One last illuminate magic is... I think I'll pass on the handshake.
I'll finish you here and now!
I've risen!
Eagle assault!
My head's spinning just watching you.
These fists have got your name on them! I'll finish you here and now!
Sky is mine! May 1,000 gales carry you to shreds!
Take this!
Gusty nail!
I'll crush you!
Fuck it up.
Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Whirlwind snap!
Here goes! Here's this one's mine! Illuminate
Magic is there!
I'll smash you!
Holy land! You get the gist!
This one's all mine! Internal punch!
This
one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
All healed! Celestial!
Let's tear 'em up!
Cyclone! On guard! First aid!
All right.
Radiant Cascade! Here!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Here's another!
Lunar
Illuminate Magic is there! Holy lamp!
Take this!
You're all...
No! I won't give in!
By the power of water! Super swallow dead!
Hurricane denied!
I'll crush you!
Don't finish it off, kill it.
Reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon! Watch this! Ready and do it!
Lock! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
There we go.
Those bombs of yours are amazing!
Who needs a gun when you can send them flying?
These structures don't look like anything built by the Renans. Or even what we saw in the Forbidden Zone.
Perhaps this is the true architectural style of the Helganquil. Or perhaps the opposite, given their situation.
You mean like how some places favor building stuff with stone, while others rely on wood?
That's an interesting way of looking at it. I'll have to inquire with Hevrecht 35 about it sometime.
This is optional. Bye. Be sure to come back quick.
Man, I hope I live long enough to regret
Right
it.
here! Illuminate the dawn! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Holy lamp!
Like me again.
Insects should stay on the ground. Hurricane foot! Burning lightning!
Flying freaks! They just sit still!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Fear, throbs, and pain.
I'm on a roll!
Armor won't
Your
save you!
astronauts are truly incredible.
Every little bit helps, right?
Indeed it does. I'll keep pushing to be better as well.
I'll finish you here and now!
You get the gist. You get the gist. Air thrust.
Now I'm in the groove!
Ice prison. Do it. Sion, astral energy. Full throttle.
A flawless victory.
Ice
Naturally.
Razor healing.
What a relief! I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Done it. Take that. Here's a blah blah blah. Holy reception.
Now I'm real mad!
Frost and wind. Make it rain. Sion, astral energy. Full throttle.
Eat this!
Hurricane electric shock.
This one's mine!
Oh, good.
Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
That's a lot.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
I'm on a roll now!
Burning strike. Water. This one's mine.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Celestial lever. Swallow touch. Ice prison. Electric shock.
In a bind?
Annihilation.
Now I'll smash you!
Leave the target to me! Talon Hurricane!
Thunder Field!
Inferno Punch! Lightning Meteor! Now I'm in the groove!
I'm on a roll!
Far enough!
These guys still really
Fight
hurt.
better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both. This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Watch your back!
Hurricane Strike! On guard! Glimmer Dragon!
Holy Land!
Piercing Roll! Make it red! How dare you!
I need to be stronger.
That's big. That looks optional. So we're fighting the big.
It's on! Hear my call!
Here goes! Take that! Flame of Fury! Burning Strike!
Eat this!
Careful! It has some kind of camouflage!
Come on!
Ow.
You have to hold on! This one's mine!
I'm risen! I'm ready!
Falling storm!
Razor
Tiger Blade!
Celestial River!
Igneous Discharge!
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this!
Deus Roar!
Will this help? Dragon Falling Storm! I can handle it! Big
I need to
up!
pull myself. Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah.
Mine.
You too.
Now I'm going in! Here I go! And again!
That is such long range.
Hurricane! Lightning Strike! Eagle Healing Circle! Roll now! Rippin' Cannon! I'm really over one!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth!
Here's a healing river.
Sealed! More for the dark! Retain the Queen Heaven! Magic is it!
This one's mine!
Divine Savior!
You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that.
I've risen!
Super Swallow
Diane in! Watson!
Oh, now you're talking!
Annihilation!
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop you.
Won't save you.
Here's the roar!
I've risen!
Super Swallow
Razor Cyclone!
Now I'm in the groove!
Electric Shock! Remember! Here! I take
My
care
whole
of
body feels.
Ow.
See what happened?
Got caught up in something there.
Oh, hey. You need someone to take a look over you?
Sure, just be thorough.
Oh, hey.
Now my clothes are ruined.
the flames will roar! Burning! Hear my call!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's the healing arc! Arc field! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Arc requires complete focus!
Far enough!
Take this!
Ooh, press that out at the right time.
How dare you apart!
Healing circle! Thanks so much!
Lost my focus!
Razor Cyclone!
Do it!
Xion! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Does anyone else think
That
this
hurt.
may be just a bit too tough for us?
What's next? Okay.
Little help!
I'm like
I want the
bait to them.
Illuminate the
Where
sun!
are you going?
Come forth, Holy Ghost!
This one's mine!
Holy Land! Radiant blood! I've risen! Back into the fray! Celestial Ray!
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
Going in!
Sounds like a job for yours truly!
I'll smash you!
Hurricane fight! Celestial River!
Leave the ensnaring to me. Yeah!
Far
And the
enough!
pummeling to me!
Gemini Aqua! Back into the fray! Here's another! Gemini Aqua! Magic is there! Burning Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous! Let me help!
You require a hand.
First aid! You get the dead! In here! Hear me! Flame of Fury!
Not today! All good things come to an end.
You get the dead! Tiger Blade! Xion! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Don't, maybe sometimes you don't want to get close to the caster, Mr. Wolf.
Naturally! Razor Cyclone!
I'm just getting started.
Ice Assault! Glacial Spear! Here's the evil!
Shield and the flaming cycle. To be let free. That'll bring you down. Ground and pound. What? Do it.
Chikara frozen.
Hammer.
Looks like it could be worth something.
Come here and get punched.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Come forth, holy glimmer. Holy meteor. Hit. You head. That's not even fair.
What's this?
Sweet now.
Eagle flaming meteor. This one's mine. Hollow dance.
I'm turned away. Radiant blood. I'm ready. Razor.
My head's spinning just watching
Electric
you.
shock.
Can't get out of this.
Should have messed with me.
First strike by the Tower of Water. Where are you going? Shield and face.
Annihilation. Dusty nail.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Super slow dance.
One more. Illuminate the dark. Require complete focus. Holy lance. Now.
Glacial
Burning strike. Thunder field. Blah blah blah. Burning strike. Make you get the gist. Dusty nail. Blah blah
You
blah.
have to hold on.
Holy lance.
No further. Burn in hell. I don't have much left.
Celestial ray.
Here goes. Not done yet.
Cyan. Ice back into the fray. Razor cycle.
Electric shock.
I'm on a roll now!
Eagle assault. Let me have a shot.
First aid. What would I do without you?
Shattering
Ice
owl.
Pieces!
Lunar conduction. Time to shine. By the Tower of Water.
Electric
First
shock.
strike.
Now I'm in the groove!
Hurricane
Go get him. Falling
I don't know what this thing is. Or this little debuff I have.
That'll bring you down.
Holy lance.
Prepare to be sealed!
Lightning strike.
Razor cycle. Xion. Astral energy. Full throttle. I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
Where is it? 60. Alright.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Here's the next field.
Watch it!
Take illuminate the dark.
No further!
Holy lance.
Pieces! I really owe you one. So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complete idea.
Nope, that's just silly.
Thunder field. Blah blah blah.
Ow.
Let me help. This one's mine. Hurricane. Bullseye. I'm all stuffed up. Puddle. Hurricane. Thunder field. Blah blah blah.
Roll now!
Will this help?
Lion Howl.
Ice prison.
The flaming cycle is yours to be let free!
Let's do it. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
I'm on it!
Not by a long.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar.
Oh, that went well.
That's what happens when I go all out.
Hoodle's proud of you, too.
Wait, you can understand him?
What do we have here? Going somewhere. One big claw, one little claw. Okay.
I'll do my best. Now we're not. Switch
One more. Bullseye. Thunder field.
The normal creatures probably aren't disgusting enough. Holy glimmer! Seal!
Not today!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a concern,
Nope, that is easily.
Flaming meteor! Electric shock! Fury!
Now in the groove!
This one's mine!
Shield hey, watch it!
Here, let me help! Air thrust! Here's a heat!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a heat!
Now I'm in trouble.
Thanks, Kisara.
Here's far enough.
Healing circle. Gusty nail. Glacial spear. Here's the evil. Ice prison.
Ow!
Crush you.
I feel like that thing turned like 90 degrees just to punch me. Thank you, KO prevention. He's got a reach. I'm gonna give myself a heal.
No further.
Illuminate the dark. Cut forward. Holy lens. Raging cascade. Sealed.
I'm on it.
Bleed loud. Crossblade.
Super swallow burn hell.
Make it rain. Sion. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Don't push yourself too hard.
We're going that way.
We're in for a long slog with this one.
Go get it.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plate.
Yes, ma'am.
This one's mine.
I'll take you all on.
That cancels my cast!
Flare the Malika.
All disasters made one. Healing security.
Shattering
Illuminate the magic is there.
Now make it rain.
Look sharp!
Lightning Tiger Blade.
No complaints from me.
So that doesn't connect, so we'll have to go this way.
It's on. That freaking does it.
Dance in the wind. In here.
Blow away.
Sleep now.
I feel like me again.
Eat this. Shield and gun. Flaming meteor. Igneous discharge. Eat dirt. Their arcs were interrupted.
Thank you for all your help.
Please, don't mention it.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Here's another. Razor cyclone. Electric shock. I never miss. Water. Ice roar. Hang foot. Tunnel.
I'll smash you.
Glacial spear. Here's the evil.
I'll finish you.
May a thousand gales tear you to shreds. Here, let me help. Magic.
So tired. All that running around is catching up with you.
These
No,
fists have got your name on them.
I don't think that's it.
Celestial water. Let's Razor cyclone. Spread. Hear me. Flame of fury. Burning.
I've taken too many hits.
Charge.
How do you like being pounded? Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
Healing circle in the wind. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Lightning strike.
I can't heal you forever.
Piercing roar.
Blah blah blah.
Falling storm.
Lunar corruption.
Burst.
Celestial hammer. Blah blah
My
blah.
head spinning just watch.
Blah blah blah. Gusty nail. I really
Take this.
Such a reach.
Catch it out of this.
illuminate the dark. Tuck going in. Sleep now. Let's get you things away. The flick magic is in. Burning! Hearts require complete focus.
Far enough! Do it! Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Not today! Dragon down! I presume I never miss!
I'm just getting started!
This one's mine!
Oh, now you're talking! Make it rain!
Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
That was a little close for comfort.
We need another one of these. Take one of those.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. Dance in the wind! In here!
What a relief!
Eruption! Sleep now.
Prepare to be seen! All fear can't get out of this! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Water,
I'm
hear
on
my
a roll
call!
now!
I can handle it! Take that! Magic is there! Here's Holy Land! Law, you alright?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Ice prison!
Prepare to be seen! I'm on a roll now! That frickin' does it! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Here, let me help! One more! First aid!
Look sharp!
Radiant hang the swallow dead! One more! Bullseye! Raging cascade! In here! Healing circle! Sleep now! Shooting!
You picked the wrong fight!
Glacial spear! Here's Ice prison! Razor Cycloner! Long fight!
Come and get it!
Electric!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon storm! Talon storm!
Time to stop!
Let's hear it!
Reload! Holy Land! Requires complete focus! I'll heal you all! Magic is there!
Lost my focus!
Thunder Phoenix!
Can't get out of this! Hurricane Towel! Rip and tear!
That'll bring you down!
This one's mine!
Celestial Hammer!
Now you're talking!
Flaming meteor!
Armor won't save you! Lunar Arc! I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
The flames will roar!
Dark
Burning
Flames!
Chinese supernova!
Now
Dance
in
in
the
the wind!
groove!
Air thrust!
Tiger
Blah, blah,
Blade!
blah, blah.
Keep up
Do
with
it!
it now!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
I think I'm getting the hang of this.
You're definitely way
Run,
stronger.
run.
Yeah, nothing motivates you like having stakes this high.
So another one down. Alright, what do we got? Tidal wave. Over limit extension. Counter edge. Strength and magic charge. Charged arts. That sounds good to me. But it's nothing but big boys this level.
Out of my way! Shield and hurricane! Throbs in pain. Right just get off my focus! Swallow
Nail! Raging cascade!
Inferno punch!
Burning! Illuminate the dark! In here!
Frickin' does it!
I'll be saving this one!
Now you see what I can do!
Chain between blah blah blah!
Burn in hell! What's this? I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Talon hurricane!
Will roar! Burning! Chinese supernova! Dance in the wind! Air thrust! And the sky is
This
mine!
one keeps charging
up!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Hurricane! You get Holy Land!
Denied! And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
It's on!
You get to death. Holy Land! Hurricane Blossom! Take that!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Thunderbeam eruption!
I'll finish you here and now!
You require a hand.
Now you see what I can do!
Hurricane Foot! Healing Make it rain! Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
I love when it goes into slow motion, like, just as I'm starting to jump.
Looks like we won.
You think you'd get nothing but level 5 materia in here. Only one way through.
This will be a delicious piece of cake! Raging Cascade!
This one's all mine!
Hurricane! Burning Strike!
You want me? Come get me!
Tiger Blade!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolisher!
Raging Cascade!
Nothing gets by me!
Requires complete focus! Order! Where are you going? Flaming Meteor!
Not feeling so hot.
Take it easy. You'll hurt yourself.
Sorry. Didn't mean to make you worry.
Shouldn't have messed with me!
Use a healing art! Celestial Hammer! Take this!
Do it!
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
I'll heal you all!
I'll finish you here and now! I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a healing art! Thunderfield! Eat this! Hear my Gusty Nail! Spread!
Now this is yours!
First aid! Ice Prison!
Burn!
Celestial Hammer! Lunar Corruption! Lunar Storm! Annihilation! Gravitas Field!
Armor won't save you!
Celestial Hammer!
Nothing gets by me!
Gotta hold it together!
Damn it. Ooh, I'm still alive.
You made me angry. That was a bad
I'll
idea.
heal you all! Close one! Gotcha! Eat
All
a
good
dirt!
things come to an end.
Denied.
No.
Pull myself together. May 1,000 gales hear you!
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher! Piercing
Holy Land! You get the dead. Heal you all! Friend!
Flaming
This
Meteor!
one's mine! Blah, blah, blah. Take care of This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes. Hey, I'm pretty lucky.
I'm hurting. Oh, this place is expensive. Oh, god damn it. Alright. Should've just gone a little bit further. Okay. Might as well hit it. Need to put this on the charger. There we go. Okay.
What do you think this place was for?
Oh my god.
What the hell? Are they asleep?
No. They appear to be well preserved. However, they are all dead.
Dead? So this is a mass grave?
They're
Looks
siphoning
that
energy
way.
from them, aren't they?
However, none of them appear to be Helganquil.
Bear in mind that Renans were originally Danans, who were remade and sent to live on Lenegus. Knowing that, they would have needed a place to perform the procedure somewhere.
And that place is here, I assume.
So what you're saying is that all of these are Danan, or rather, Renan bodies?
Most likely, yes. It must have been abandoned for one reason or another.
There are so many of them. They were all taken away, but never given the chance to wake.
Alright, boss, wait. Okay.
What is that thing?
Something we have to fight if we want to get across, it seems.
Be careful! It's huge!
What is with all...
Huh. No selectable weak point. Interesting.
It's no ordinary tube. That much is damn sure.
Watch yourself. All bets are off when it comes to this thing.
Hit! Here's another bullseye!
Ignite!
You get the gist. Holy Land! You get the gist. Gusty Nail! You get the gist.
Far enough!
Its head is its weak point?
We'll need to bring it down somehow to hit it.
In that case, let's start with the one in the middle.
Can I select anything?
If
Nope.
it's in the sky, it's mine! Divide Healing Raging Cascade! Red! Flaming Fury! Burning Ice!
Inferno
May a
Fire!
thousand gales
Ow.
tunnels! I never miss!
Piercing roar!
Dance in the wind! Help! And here! Lunar Cyclone! Illumine, you get the gist. Sleep now.
Burn in hell!
Healing circle!
Look sharp!
It's time.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Okay, then it becomes good sick. Okay.
You get the gist. Burning strike! Blah, blah, blah. Sealed.
Now you see what I can do.
Blah, blah, blah. Sleep now. Maelstrom! I'm all stopped up. Annihilation! I'm prison! Radiant Reload!
The flame inside me yearns to be let free!
You see what happened there is you crossed me.
This one
Shouldn't have done that.
Raging Cascade!
Thank you for all your help.
Please, may a thousand gales carry
I'm
the
glad
thread.
to know someone's got my back.
Magic is I never miss. Holy Land! Blah, blah, blah.
Divine talking.
You get the gist. Field. This is radiant. Oh, magic is now. Sleep now. More for the top time.
Ready and raring.
All disasters made one.
This one's mine!
Falling storm!
Tectonic
Maelstrom!
armor won't save you.
Make it rain!
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Gravitas field!
May a thousand gales tear you to shreds. Field. Cyclone. Burning strike. Ice prison.
Now or never.
Spread. Blah, blah, blah. Holy Land. You get the gist. Spread. You get the gist. Gusty nail.
Things come to an end.
Here goes. You all. Here's another.
It looks like we made a
Illuminate
mess!
Ignite!
Holy Land.
In a
Did it
bind.
get bigger?
Blah.
Blah, blah, blah. In the sky
In here.
Annihilation.
Sleep now.
Radiant. Here. That'll bring you down. Tidal wave.
Anything in order is all mine.
Here, let me help.
You get the disc.
First aid.
Hard up. You get the disc.
You get the disc.
through. I'm just getting
Reload.
Here's the healing disc.
Ice prison.
Celestial banner.
Guess seemed like you could use some help.
Healing circle quite.
Take this.
Lightning. Downfall.
Rip and tear.
Come on, roll it. By the power of water. Cyclone and power. Radiant. Here.
My head's spinning with water.
Did I just rip one of its heads off? And put it on his dick? That seems bad, that seems bad, that seems bad.
Fall back. I'll take your temperature once we're done.
Kisora,
I don't know what this debuff
An
is.
ice bomb should bring the temperature down relatively quickly.
Smash you.
Divide. Blah, blah, blah.
This one's mine.
Lunar hurricane. Let's keep up the pressure. Lightning hero.
That hurt.
I'll heal you all. They're not playing around. Okay, the doctor. This one's mine. Raging cascade. Here's a healing arm. Dance in the wind. Sleep now. Lunar corruption. Seal.
In a bind.
One more time. I'll heal you all. Thunder field. Here's a healing arm. First aid.
What was that coming?
Dance in the wind. Sleep now. Feel.
Armor won't
You get
save
the
you.
disc. Reload.
Eat dirt.
you get the disc. Sleep now.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Ice prison.
Now or never.
Stay so.
Take this.
Dance in the wind. Air tank flight. Dance in the wind.
In here.
Sleep now. I'll be saving you. This one's mine.
Talon hurricane.
I'll heal you all. Maelstrom. Ice prison. Thanks.
Take care of Poodle.
Getting up.
Oh, you are gonna pay for that.
Get out of here.
Here's a healing arc. Illuminate the dark.
Ignite.
Hurricane Flush. Super swallow. Raging cascade. Do it. Xion. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Thank you for coming. Goodbye.
The hell was that thing?
Probably something that was made here and somehow managed to survive, even after all this time. Not that there's any way of knowing now.
What's wrong?
Oh, I just suddenly found myself contemplating what might have happened to the sovereigns that were meant to emerge from the crown contests.
What do you mean?
You see, the winners of the past crown contests were all strong astral arts practitioners. Furthermore, that enemy we just fought appeared to be composed of several human bodies. It was certainly nothing one would find in nature.
You're saying those were the remains of the winners? That they forgot who they once were?
I'm merely saying it's a possibility.
That's absolutely gruesome. How long had the Helganquil been at this?
It was Rena's great spirit that made them do all of this. Anything to get its astral energy.
We're not gonna jump down, right?
I certainly hope not.
After hearing Dolmarin's suggestion, I'm honestly not sure what to say.
I assure you all, I was merely stating the possibility.
Is there anything on this side? Nope. Gonna save again. What is... Hello? Thought I gotta look at it like a boss I hadn't seen yet.
We're back in that other room? Did the teleporter fail or something?
Something feels off about it.
Look! Everything's upside down!
The furnishings are, at least. No, you're right. The whole room's flipped on its head.
So what was once down is now up, and vice versa. I suppose the teleporter reversed our orientation then.
Teleporter to the entrance is now active. Interesting. Oh. I wonder if... I don't remember where it was that let us rest. I'm not gonna go hunting for it.
I guess this is the flip side of that pathway we were walking on just a little while ago.
This is crazy. Who knew such amazing technology existed?
Everything's topsy-turvy and that's all you can think about?
Bear in mind, the core of Rena now sits above us. I pray that we won't encounter many stairs along the way.
I've got a really bad feeling about this. Illuminate the turret!
Down! You're on!
Thanks so much! Arc field!
Right here goes! One more!
Divine savior! Go for the weak
No
point!
further!
Hurricane strike! Arc requires complete focus! Illuminate the dark! Holy magic is in! Burning! Field! I'll bring you back! In here!
This one's mine!
This'll come in handy!
I'll finish you here and now! Now you see what I can do!
Ice crystal!
Switch to offense!
Now's our chance!
Hurricane strike! Healing circle!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too. Don't get in my way!
Ready to go!
Ice crystal! Annihilation! Ring of fury! Razor cyclone! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this! Deus roar! Here's...
I think she's about to heal me.
Healing art! I owe you, Tion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
Thanks, Kisara. May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Dance in the wind! In here! More Gemini pile! Oh, magic is out! In here!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare Demolitor!
Here's a healing art! All disasters made one!
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Helix of purity!
Time to shine!
Not today!
Hurricane strike!
Raging cascade!
Blizzard blow!
May 1,000
Now
Commander of Heaven!
Phoenix Cyclone!
That works.
I wonder if we can make new weapons with this.
What are those? They look like Shion's thorns, and with flowers, too.
Not real ones, though. They're just like that flower growing out of Rena.
We must be getting close to the Great Spirit now.
Hey, Rinwell, what was that thing you said about how a little bit of Dana's Great Spirit is inside all of us?
Right. That's why Dana's Great Spirit is so much more diluted. Weak, even. Whether it was a choice so it didn't overpower others, or just the way it is anyone's guess.
If that's true, then wouldn't it mean Dana's will could never form under natural conditions?
Yeah, sounds like that's probably the case.
So if Dana exists within all of us, then what if something occurred that brought everyone's hearts and minds together as one? That unity could potentially act as Dana's will.
You mean if everybody was, like, thinking the exact same thing at the exact same time? Come on, there's no way we could pull that off.
We need to do a
I know
spirit
it's
bomb.
a long shot, but it might work.
Let's assume that's even possible for a second. Would it even be enough to fight back against Rena's Great Spirit?
If nothing else, it might be an option if we can't use the Renasalma.
Things are different here than on the surface.
That shows how deeply we've ventured into Rena.
And how close we've come to the real enemy.
I'll do my best! Hey, when did I get so popular?
They may look cute and stuff, but they're vicious. Glacial Spear, here's evil.
Flying freak! What did they
The enemy wields hearts. Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
This one's all mine.
Here's an irradiating here.
Denied! Talon Hurricane!
Holy Land! Blah, blah, blah. Burning Light! Here! Blah, blah,
These
blah.
fists have got your name on them!
And here goes! Do it! Blah, blah, blah. Go for it!
Prepare to crumble!
Think we overdid it?
Going in.
Not by a long shot.
No further!
Going in.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'm on it!
Will this help? Nice prison! All right.
Make it right!
Sion! Astral energy! Full throttle! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy glimmer! Don't mind if I do. Blizzard bloom!
Make it right!
Sion! Astral energy! Full throttle! Ground and pound! Celestial
Make it right!
Sion! Astral energy! Full throttle!
Step back! This one's all law!
It'd be nice if I had a way to spend all this money and use all these materials. Okay. The left is... Wait. Okay, yeah. Go to the right.
Let's dispose of the trash.
It does it!
Go get him! Illuminate
Fine
the
not
dark!
too long ago.
Seal! Together!
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
A chain to
Take this! I'll finish you here and now!
seal! This will come in handy! Take that! More where that came from! Close one! Right!
No! I won't give in!
Tiger Blade! Denied! Ice prison! Celestial!
No! I feel like me again!
Annihilate! Mega Ray! May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
I'm in trouble! Call a doctor!
If there was one, we would have called it.
That's a good point.
Holy Land! You get by the power of water! Blah, blah, blah! Air Fury! You get the gist!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
The flames will roar! Burning flame! Dance in the wind! Arts require complete focus! Here! Seal! Glacial Spear! Here's the stockpile! Freeze Lancer!
I've taken too many hits!
Sleep now! Let's get you all tucked away! Watch and
I hope this thing is medically approved. Crumble!
Into the shadow!
Talon Storm!
Tick-tock!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Oh, we're out of CP, that's why.
I'll finish you here!
It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire! Will this help? Ice prison! Healing circle! Go leave the charge!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
No,
Magic is Freeze Lancer!
You see what happened there is you crossed me.
Let me help!
Can't get out of this.
First aid!
I'll cover you. Feel like me again.
Recover! Ice prison!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Dragon shout!
Here's a healing Neon! Astral energy! Full throttle!
I think
That hurt.
you're sprightlier than before.
This will be a delicious piece of cake! Here I go! Here's another! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Sleep now! Radiant pierce!
Burn up!
I'm not so good with airborne targets.
Burn in hell!
Eagle of Spear! Where's evil? Hurricane Strike! They're surrounding us!
Smash you!
This one is mine! Fred! Hurricane Strike! Feel! On guard!
A whirling struggle! How do you like being pounded into shape?
We are freaking invincible!
Jonathan and the others truly are strong.
What about me?
Where are you going? Run! Do it! Fred! Blah, blah, blah!
I'll take you all on! Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Dolan! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Raging Cascade!
Hurricane Strike!
Eat this!
Lightning Strike!
Here's a healing Supernova! Dance in the wind! Sleep now.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free! Bang blast!
Glacial Spear! Here's evil! Ice prison! Do it! Celestial! Get toasty!
Bird strike! Those bombs of yours are amazing!
Who needs a gun when you can send them flying?
Little help!
Chargers to me! You wanna play?
Take that!
Come at
One
me!
last one! Not on my watch! Glacial Spear! Holy Lord! It's a duel of the arts! Now
Pesky airborne scoundrels!
sounds like a job for yours truly! Electric Shock! Celestial Hammer!
I'm just getting
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No complaints here!
Do it! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Right, next one.
Already
This
on!
one's mine! This one's mine!
Inferno punch!
Dance in the wind! Damn it! No more playing nice!
Watch this!
I won't give up! Come on!
Now you see what I can do!
The flames
Shouldn't have
will
messed
roar.
with me!
Oh, Shion's dead.
Dragon Jowl! Seal!
I hope this medicine
Get on
works.
in there with the others! Raging Cascade! I'll fix you up! Sleep now!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Raging Cascade!
Going in!
Burn in hell!
I can do this all day! Healing Circle!
Going in!
I'm bringing more where that came from! Recover!
Lightning Strike!
The flames will... We managed to turn the tide!
For now, but things could shift at a moment's notice.
You're right. Better stay alert. Here's a healing art. First aid.
Far enough!
Magic Azam.
Water!
Holy
Here
Lord.
I come!
Celestial. Flame of Fury.
Burning!
Blah, blah, blah. Here's evil. Blah, blah, blah. Dusty Nail. Art requires complete focus. Here's
Another one down.
I'll heal you all. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus Roar!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
I'm so glad I spent money buying a ton of shit.
This one's all mine.
Hear my call! One last illuminate the stars! Come going water flip steel!
I can shatter any steel. Now you see what I can. Now I'm in the groove.
He's got fire.
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it! Feel!
All yours. No further.
Glacial steel! Fierce eagle! Ice prison!
Looking fearsome.
Electric shock! Frozen!
Hammer!
Nicely done!
I'm on a roll now.
All thanks to you.
Sleep now!
Reload. Eat this.
Magic is in! In here! Tidal wave! We're in the home stretch, guys!
What she said.
Long, get toasty!
Bird strike.
Radiant puddle! Not on my watch! One more time!
Rhythmic tear.
Burning strike! You get the gist! Do it!
These fists have got your name on them.
Long, get toasty!
Bird strike.
Right! Reinforcement! Ice prison! Bird! Celestial water!
First strike. I'll run you through. Denied. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
More incoming!
Look shot. Dragon kill.
Hurricane! One last! May a thousand gales tear you to shreds! Gusty nail! Blah, 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 vacuum! In here!
First strike.
This one's mine! Hold on to your heart! Sion, astral energy! Full throttle! A flawless victory! Tear you to shreds! Naturally!
Back into the fray. Flaming meteor.
Blah, 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 mega ray! Annihilation!
Swallow jam.
Flame of fury! This one, you get the gist! Holy Lance! One last! You get the gist! You get the gist!
This one's mine.
Annihilation! Blah, blah, blah! Blah, blah, blah!
Make it
Holy
rain.
Sion! Astral energy! Full throttle! May a thousand gales tear you to shreds! Gusty nail! Raging cascade! Flame of fury!
You're spicier than you look. Can't change the future without getting your hands dirty.
Dramatic, but fair.
Celestial hammer!
I'll smash you.
Mega ray!
Eat this.
Seven on one!
Far enough.
Blah, blah, blah! Flame of fury! Water! Blah, blah!
It must take guts to fight without a weapon.
I'm not brave. I just do what I have to.
If you're ever in a pinch, just say the word.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better.
Go for it!
Prepare to crumble.
Think we overdid it?
May a thousand
Not
gales
by
tear
much.
you to shreds!
That'll
bring you down! Gusty nail! Raging cascades! Annihilation! Blah, blah, blah! Burning strike! Blah, blah, blah! Dopamine!
Light burst forth.
Radiant genesis! Hear me! Flame of fury! One more! Heads in the wind! Steel! In here! Freeze lens!
Okay.
They really made us work for that one.
Another one down. Coverage. Is it both of them or one of them?
Get
Both.
lost. By me.
These things fucking suck. I remember now.
One last illuminate the dark. Come fully lit. Come on. It'll body slam us into next week. Piercing red. Gusty nail.
Thank you for all your help. Please, don't mention it. I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Mega ray. Here goes.
I think it's bullshit that you can hit me in the air.
First aid. Suffering is the best medicine. The toughest to swallow.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free.
Magic is there. Divide everyone. Get back. Thanks, Kisara. I can't heal you forever. Back into the fray. Electric shock. Mega ray. Razor cyclone. I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus roar.
First strike.
Here, let me help. One more. First aid.
Eagle fly.
One last one. Flame of fury. Burning strike. Glacial spear. Pierce evil. May 1,000 gales
That combo
carry you to
is
shreds.
such bullshit.
Far enough.
Gusty nail. Raging cascade.
Time to shine. Can't get out of this.
Alright, we're out of CP.
Just what the doctor ordered. May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds. Will this help? Gusty nail. Healing circle.
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Illuminate the dark. Thanks for the healing.
Watch your back, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Where are you going?
Here's a healer. First aid.
Appreciate the help. Ignite.
See what you handle? You get to go.
Watch it.
Dance in the wind.
Now or never.
By the power of water. Feel.
Take this.
Mega ray. Raging cascade. They're not playing around. I can do this all day. Resuscitation.
Leave the charge for me. No peace with that.
Talon storm. What would I do without you?
Talon hurricane.
Now in the right back at. Illuminate the sun. Holy glitter. Holy land. May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds. Gusty nail. Blah blah blah. Magic.
Not today.
Blah blah blah.
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare Demolisher.
The flares of war. Burning. Dance in the wind.
Make it rain.
Kisara. Frozen.
Hammer.
Nicely done. Is it in the sky?
All thanks to you.
In here.
Take this.
Divine savior.
Far enough.
Burning.
You see what happened there is you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Fear. Pierce evil.
Swallow dance.
Freeze lancer. Razor cyclone.
Inferno punch.
Electric shock. This one's mine.
Burn.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'll heal you all. Do it. Go for it.
Prepare to crumble.
Ugh. Fuck those
There's
things.
always room for improvement.
That's where we need to get to. Alright, Dragon Man. Your
This will be
dragon
a
plan.
delicious piece. Cake. The flames will roar. Burning. Not in your dreams. Blah, blah, blah. I'll shoot them out of the sky. I can do this all day.
Weak point.
Celestial hammer. Hear my call. Razor cyclone.
What's this? Flaming meteor. Can't get out of this. Inferno crossing.
Raging cascade.
Getting stuck.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't do it from
Nope, that'd be silly.
Dance in the wind. Air drop. Let's keep up the pressure.
The enemy's open.
In here.
Far enough.
Divine station. You get the gist. Burning.
Beast assault!
You get the
Crash you!
Gusty nail!
Hurricane!
That one's mine! May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
By the power of
Sleep now!
Annihilation! Burn!
You picked the wrong fight!
Radiant pierce!
Now for something special!
Hurricane Thunderstorm! Lightning strike! Reload!
Leave the enemy's arts to me!
No complaints here!
Wicked fire! Tunnel! Magic is outstanding form! Do it! Xion!
Jesus Christ, this thing got wrecked. Holy shit.
Quite necessary when creating weaponry.
I took a look at his health bar and it's like, oh. You done, son. Curiosity's sake. Yep, going for 3 hours. So, let's see if I can sneak by this guy. Got him. Alright. To the left. Can I get by him?
The Zoogles here are putting up a real fight.
That just goes to show how important this place is.
Or perhaps they simply thrived freely here under such harsh conditions.
I don't give a damn why they're here. We'll burn it all to the ground.
The astral energy here is so dense. It's like trying to walk through water.
I know the Great Spirit's will is in the center of Rena, but with the world in this state, the entire planet has become its body, right? So doesn't that mean we're already inside it?
I would say that is horrifyingly correct. After all, the further we climb, the denser the astral energy becomes.
What's the matter, Rinwell? Are you not feeling all right?
No, it's nothing like that. It just feels like the energy here is a little more intense than it was before.
You mean Rena's energy?
Yeah. It's like when I made contact with Dana's will in the wedge. It's almost as though I can understand what Rena's will is thinking.
But Rena's will is supposed to be a lot stronger. Aren't we risking the Great Spirit controlling us if we interact with it directly?
I don't think we have to worry about that. Rena's will is only supposed to control true Renans, like the Helganquil.
This seems like a
If
bad
we can
idea.
discern what the Great Spirit is thinking too, we might learn something, a weakness. But just to be safe, let me contact it alone.
Are you insane? Rinwell, you're gonna...
Rinwell!
This is more than a little reckless.
There was only meant to be one world. And your goal is to make them one. Is this fear? What just happened?
Are you all right? Rinwell? Rinwell, are you okay?
No, I'm fine. I think.
What were you thinking? You could have gotten yourself killed!
He's right. You had us all terrified, Rinwell.
I'm sorry. I really am. But I know now. I know how the Great Spirit thinks. I know what it wants. How it feels. Rena's Great Spirit wants to complete the world.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you saying it's trying to make something?
Yes, exactly. Originally, Dana and Rena were meant to be one world. But that never happened. They've stayed separated, and the Great Spirit wants to finish the process.
What do you mean, one world? How is that even possible?
I don't know, but its will is clear. That's what the Great Spirit is trying to accomplish. The only problem is that since Rena's energy isn't evenly spread like Dana's, it seems like it'll vanish before that happens naturally.
So it's trying to absorb Dana while it still can, so that it can force the two planets to unite. Is that what you're saying?
The Great Spirit is scared. But it's not scared the way a rational person would be. It's more raw and undiluted. Like just pure fear.
Like an animal, acting out of instinct. Although admittedly, an animal would be easier to communicate with. At the very least, I have my doubts that it recognizes us as sentient beings with a reason for coming here. Earth, water, fire, and wind energy exist in both worlds, but only darkness and light can be found within Rena and Dana, respectively. The Renis Alma, as far as we know, the only host capable of harvesting the astral energy, is composed of all 6. Knowing all that, Rinwell's findings do sound plausible.
That sounds a lot like Shion's thorns, doesn't it? The whole reason the Great Spirit is trying to unite Dana and Rena into one world is in order to save itself. And if her thorns are part of the Great Spirit, then they must also be trying to save themselves?
Alphen, what is it?
We thought the only way to free your thorns was for you to die. Yet despite that, they seem to be doing everything in their power to stop that from happening to you. Something wasn't adding up. But then I just realized something. If the Great Spirit doesn't want to die, then neither would your thorns. Those same emotions, that fear, that determination, and its energy must have been the same thing that was keeping you alive. You were its vessel.
In that case, is that why her thorns caused so much pain to anyone who touched her? Because they were trying to protect themselves?
If that's all true, then... well, it's more than a little ironic.
The Great Spirit merely expresses its desires. I imagine it was the Helganquil who were likely tasked with putting together and implementing an actual plan.
Shion.
I'm okay. We need to hurry and clean this mess up before it gets out of hand.
Still, even if the current state of the world is wrong like you said, does that really make everything okay?
If the world had been whole from the start, as it should have been, there'd be no Dana and no Rena, no masters or slaves, no lords, no crown contest, maybe just peace.
Haha! What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a dragon.
You.
I'm just getting started. Ready to go. Illuminate the dark. Those flying creatures are a real pain in the butt. Raging cascade. The flashing part's their weak point. Celestial hammer.
Inferno punch.
Ice prison. Healing circle.
Shouldn't have messed with me.
Arch field.
And just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
The flames will roar. Raging cascade.
Their arcs were interrupted.
Here, let me help. One last. Illuminate magic Shazam. Holy Lord!
You're on!
Shining supernova! Lunar corruption! Raging cascade! Dance in the wind!
On guard.
First aid! Loud magic! Sleep now.
This one's mine. Nothing gets by me. Look sharp.
Lost my focus.
I'm gone. Let's put you out of your misery.
Take this. I'll tear you apart.
This one's mine.
Hurricane I can carve. What's
Ice
this?
prison.
I'm on it.
You get this.
An astral arch?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Mega ray.
Eat this.
Electric shock.
Let's tear him up. Now I'm in the groove.
Ice prison.
Awesome.
Celestial hammer.
Denied.
Blah blah blah. You get this. Xion. Astral energy. Full throttle. That worked like a dream. I pity anyone who stands in our way.
Platinum chunk. That sounds valuable. Another teleporter.
Wherever we go on this planet, there are machines everywhere.
It's impressive to look at as a bystander, but I sure wouldn't want to live here with all of this around.
I know what you mean.
Oops, I thought the conversation was over.
There are no fish here. I couldn't cook any of my delicious dinners for you all if we lived here.
Clearly the worst point against it.
No backing down.
Here's evil. Ice prison.
Piercing roar.
Razor cyclone.
Swallow dance.
Armor
won't save you.
Dance in the wind. Sleep now. In here.
Piss off. No further. Burn.
Maelstrom. Ice
Let's tear him up. I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Razor cyclone.
Eat dirt. That'll bring you down.
Tectonic punch. All good things come to an end.
Leave the charge out for me.
What's this?
Lunar arc.
In a bind? Eagle assault.
Razor flame of fury.
Anything and shouldn't have messed with me.
First blood. Hear my
This one
call.
keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Done. I'll leave it to you.
Freeze Lancer. More for the stockpile.
Here, let me help. First aid.
This one's mine!
Look
I'll
sharp.
smash you.
Maelstrom. Lightning. Downfall. Ice
Swallow dance.
Will this help? Celestial hammer.
Talon
Slow
hurricane.
flight.
It was
Ice
nice
will
all
heal you
last
all. Tunnel.
What?
Healing
What just
circle.
happened?
Ice prison.
Need to pull myself together.
And just like that, I'm back in it.
Start by holding the front line.
No sooner said than done.
Celestial hammer.
The enemy wields on
Nope.
too.
We'll soon see about that. I can do this all day.
Now I'm real mad.
Rock up, burning
Just getting started.
I don't have much left.
Back into the fray. Far enough.
Thanks. Just what I need.
Shadow
Make it rain.
Ethan.
Get toasty.
Bird strike. Step back. This one's all law.
Grab this thing. And a long hallway. Oh my fucking god. Okay. Who fucking sees me? But it's slow to walk. Haha. Oh my god. Maybe I can bait. Bait. Oh, you're not moving, are you? Fuck me. Ugh.
It's on. That'll bring you down.
Dance in the wind. Here's a healing arc. Dance in the wind.
It does it.
No matter
I
what,
can't hold on much
nothing
longer.
gets past my shield.
This is coming in. Magic bam. In here.
Get on it!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here, let me help. Mine.
I'm sorry to be a father.
We've all got enough on our
Coming
plate.
through!
Yes, ma'am.
Ignite!
Nail strike! Ice prison!
I can carve through armor.
Here, let me help.
This one's all mine!
Now you've gone and ticked me off!
Blah, 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 that's steel! Pierce evil! Sleep now! Free meteor!
I'll take you all on!
Oh, cancel my cast.
Flare the Malisa!
I'll heal just what the doctor ordered!
Lightning strike!
Healing circle! Holy lamp!
Denied!
Too much to handle? Raging cascade!
Switch
Radiant,
off!
look here! Ice prison! Here's a healing arc! Electric shock! First aid!
In a bind, and just like that, I'm back in it. Start by holding the front line. No sooner said than done.
Celestial hammer! Water!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my
I
shield's
won't give
for.
in.
Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
I'll bring you back from death abyss! I'll bring you back from death abyss! Gotcha! Oh, magic is abyss! Sleep now! This'll come in handy! Magic is amp! Cyclone!
Burn!
Resuscitation! Ice prison! Corruption! Gemini off! Hurricane strike!
The picture throbbed in pain.
Here's a healing arc! First aid!
What a relief!
Talon hurricane! Hear my call!
Watch it!
Going in! Ice prison! Swallow dance! I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this!
Hate these
Deus
things.
roar! Here, let's help. Just what the doctor ordered.
In a bind, I'm on it!
So now you're getting serious?
By the power!
Dark wind!
Here goes! Hurricane strike!
Swallow dance!
Let's do it!
John!
Get toasty!
Bird strike!
Right, next one.
Already on!
Here I go. In here. Tiger blade.
Talon hurricane! Not today!
Sweet now.
Mine.
First aid.
How
All
about
disasters made one. Come forth and heal the purity.
Denied!
Where are you going? Maelstrom.
Now you see what I can do! Prepare to be seen!
Mega ray. Iron strike. Annihilation.
I'll tear you apart!
Fury. This one's celestial hammer. Hear my call. Tiger blade.
It's bullshit. You can hit me up there.
In a
Just
bind,
letting you know.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Healing circle. The holy lamp.
these fists have got your name on them!
What would I do without it? There. House it. This one's the last one. Right back at you. Raging cascade.
Look sharp!
Magic is there.
There are worse.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
It's really iffy on when you can cancel your art
Theon, astral energy.
dodge. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't.
I felt better, that's for sure.
Out of our way.
Dark wind!
Healing
This one's all
There you
mine!
go! So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Tiger blade. Burning flame. No more mistakes, girl.
Now we're never.
Going in. Ice prison. Tiger blade. Get behind me. Healing circle.
I owe you, Theon.
Healing is what my art do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
I'll take it from here. Let's see how you handle this. Deus roar.
Will this How about this?
Thunder field.
Super swallow dance.
Make it open. This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Step back. This one's all law. Ow!
May 1,000 gales carry
Here's
you
your
through.
dance!
Will this comes on?
Hurricane celestial hammer. Healing circle. That hit the spot.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too. Blah, blah, blah. In here. Get out of here, one's mine.
Inferno punch.
All disasters take.
Not today!
Eagle assault. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw. Talent storm.
One more!
I can carve through armor.
On guard! Far enough! Healing circle!
Thanks so much.
Aw, too shy to come over! Here!
It was nice while it
Celestial
lasted.
hammer! Annihilation! Huddle!
Can't get out of this. Glimmer dragon. What?
Magic is there! I'll heal you all!
Maybe you get the gist.
I don't have much
You get
left.
the gist.
Hold
I owe you one for that.
Lightning! Downfall!
Thank you for all your help.
I'll stop this charge!
Thanks, Kisara.
Just getting started.
Lightning strike!
You see what happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Magic is there. Burning strike. You get the gist. In here.
Radiant peak! This one's
I'll
mine!
tear you apart. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw. Shattering the
All
pieces.
disasters made one. I never miss. Heroes of purity.
Not my finest.
Come on!
Take this.
You have
I'll
to
heal
hold
you
on!
all.
The enemy wields arcs too.
We'll soon see about that.
Hurricane strike!
Cyan instant. Do it.
Appreciate
Neon, astral energy. Full throttle. Law, wake up.
Oh, Law's dead.
So those thorns of Shion's, they're really a part of Rena's great spirit?
Most likely, but only a small fragment of it in the big picture. I don't sense a will of its own emanating from them.
If it's that insignificant, is there that much point getting rid of it?
How much further? This is a fucking gauntlet. Oh, that seems important. Oh, we've got all this shit to deal with. This is exhausting.
Hi, Hoodle!
I'm already.
Lions, far enough!
Ready and ready. Burn in hell. Now you see what I can. Now I'm in the groove. Pesky airborne.
Thank you for all your help.
Please, in here.
I'm glad to know someone's got my back.
Sleep now. Leave the enemy's arc.
I'll stop your movement.
And I'll stop your life. And done.
Let's keep up the pace.
Art expert coming through.
Eat this. Take this. In a bind. Oh, now I'm real mad.
Ice prison.
Do it. Do it. You picked the wrong fight.
May 1,000 blah blah magic. In here. This one's mine.
Now I'm in the groove.
Razor Cyclone. I'll heal you all. Raging cascades. Healing sleep now. In here. Searing flame. Reload. Far beyond the darkest sky. I call
you.
upon thee.
No more playing nice! Tiger Blade! Mega Ray!
This one keeps charging us!
That's what my shield's for.
Now or never.
Get behind me.
Got it! I'll leave it to you!
Lightning strike!
Amazing.
Mega Ray! It's time to finish this! Die! Consuming wildfire!
Cyan instant. The flames will roar. Seal. Sleep now. More for the stockpile.
Will this help?
Illuminate the dark.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
No, that is silly.
Leave the chargers to me. Oh, now you're degenerate.
Blah, 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 back to front.
Mine. Inferno Fury.
May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds.
Oh, now I'm real mad.
This one.
Gotcha.
Falling storm. First strike.
Ice prison.
That'll bring you down.
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
First strike.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy glimmer.
The flame inside me yearns to be let
The enemy is going all out.
Divine blizzard blow. Flaming meteor.
Grease lancer. Ice prison.
Now you see what I can do!
Swallow spike. Ice prison. Tunnel. Magic is out. Friend.
How do you like being pounded into shape?
Burning strike. Blah, blah, blah. Air thrust.
You have to hold on. Lightning strike.
Resuscitation.
The earth throbs in pain.
Radiant. Here. Celestial.
no further!
I'll heal you all.
Tunnel. Far enough.
Do it. Lost.
Demons descend! Flashing bang!
Easy. Way to go.
Lightning strike.
Hear me. Flame of fury.
Glacial
Spear.
Flaming meteor.
It's
Freeze lancer.
Oh, now I'm real mad!
Chain between blah blah blah. Magic.
Glacial
Sleep
power.
now.
Grind and Inferno crossing. That'll bring you down. Going in.
Holy land.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Glimmer! What's this?
Illuminate the dark. Come forth. Holy glimmer. Holy land. Raging cascade.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough.
Yes, ma'am.
The earth throbs in pain.
Sleep now.
In a bind?
All right. Now where will
Raging cascade. In here. Sleep now. This is something indie. Mega ray. Annihilation. Hear me. Shooting star. Burning strike. Burning.
Should have messed with me.
piercing far enough? Will this help?
Do it. Sion. Astral energy. Full throttle.
Right, please.
This could be useful.
Save.
My word, this must be the work of
Never grow up.
Providence.
Probably what now?
It means destiny. I
Wait,
think
was
it's a
this
bit
optional?
of an exaggeration, though.
Maybe I should go touch the shield. I guess it was required. Wait, what did it say? Regularity detected insecurity of multiple astral energy separators. Disabled until their safety has been confirmed. I don't get it. Does that mean I would have to take down each and one of those things in order to get, like, what, a teleportation here?
A dead end, huh?
Why don't we just use this?
Wait!
Jeez! Don't scare me like that! What, is there something wrong with it?
No, it's not that.
Ow.
It's just... this is it. Whatever it is, we're about to find out.
It's the moment of truth. There's no turning back now till we've won. Either we get through this, or we vanish along with the rest of the world as we know it. Is everyone ready?
We've come this far. I'm not about to turn tail now. I say we knock this thing out and head back home.
It's time to relegate the past to where it belongs. It's been a long journey getting here, but it ends now.
No. This isn't the end. Once we've overthrown the old order, there's still the task of creating a new world.
A world without divisions, where no one cares whether you're Danon or Renan, or if you have magic or not. You're right. We have to win this.
Let's get going then. After all, our future awaits.
All right.
Our future. One free of tyranny and exploitation. For the freedom to live with those we hold dear. And for a new era. Let's go!
Oh boy. This seems like a final boss room if I've ever seen one. God, what are these lanterns gonna have to do with it?
Hold on. Are we on that giant flower?
We're finally here then.
But then, where is the core of the Great Spirit? Or the Renaissance, for that matter?
According to Hevrek 35, this should be where we find the core.
Rinwell, do you sense anything?
This is definitely where the energy of the Great Spirit is strongest, but what's giving off the most energy is the flower we're standing on.
That said, we're not gonna be able to destroy something this huge. You want me to hit it and see what happens?
Hey, look!
The Renaissance!
Is that like Dana's astral energy? But why?
What?
Stay sharp! Something's coming!
Okay.
It wants us gone. It has so much anger. All of its fear has evolved into hatred.
So then, you're saying that this is the Great Spirit's core?
And in order to fight us, it's taken on this form?
My thorns. I feel them whirling inside me. They're getting restless. I'm certain of it. This is the source of my thorns, and of my visions. This is the darkness that will consume all existence.
What do we do now? The Rena's almost inside that thing. And I don't think we'll win this fight without it.
We have to get it back. We will find a way somehow.
Let's punch it!
And now that it has a physical form, cutting through it's what we'll do.
Let's get it.
Great Spirit, I understand you want to live. You've made that very clear. However, if you're planning on destroying everything, then first,
You'll have to get through us. Everyone, let's go!
We're not energy for you to consume,
what's my
and we're not
figure?
puppets for you to control!
Only humankind has a right to determine their own future. We will never let something like you take that away from us.
I'm sorry, but we won't let you take any more away from us. We'll do whatever it takes to stop you.
I fight to quell the sounds of anguish from our world, that it may be filled with joy and peace once again.
Give it back. Give it all back. Give us back our world and give me back my own life.
Once and for all, we are going to end centuries of terror and death. Right here, right now. You picked the wrong fight.
Not my fight. Come on. You have to hold on.
I'm ready to go. I'll bring you back. Laser blow. Resuscitation. I'm wrong. Razor cyclone. Electric shock.
Far enough.
Stay. I'll fix you up.
I'm sorry to be bothered.
We've all got enough on our plate.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's a seal.
I'll finish you here and now.
Now we're not.
Ignite!
Burning dragon. Blah blah blah.
Shattering the pieces.
That'll bring you down. Razor cyclone. Electric shock. 7 all one. Annihilation. Mega ray.
Aw, 2 shots. It looks like we made a mess.
Burning strike. Raging cascade. Right back at ya. Radiant
It's on!
sealed. In here. Get on in there with the others.
Can't get out of this!
Art require complete
I'll take you all on. Ha! Flare the Malisa!
Will this help pierce far beyond the darkest skies? I'm healing your
Now I'm in the groove.
far beyond the
Catch
darkest
us eventually.
far beyond the darkest skies. I call upon thee.
Here, let me help.
Armor won't save you. So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint. I can do this.
Nope, that is
I just have to get it together. Astral energy, full throttle.
It looks like we made a mess.
Dance in the wind. In here.
Here, let me help.
First aid. Sleep now.
Now or never.
Give all disasters made one.
an astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down!
What is this round thing?
That attack. Is this a Lord's handiwork?
I'm past being surprised.
I say we destroy it, and quick!
Resuscitation. Blah blah blah. Magic. Cyclone.
Train harder.
Dance in the wind. Close one. Here, let me help.
I wasn't.
Jesus.
Planning on
They're
getting
all
annihilated
interrupted.
today.
If you're not in it, get back. We got this.
No, I'm good. I'm in.
Dance in the wind. Close one. Right back at you.
I take it
Way too many hits!
Here's evil! Freeze laser! Close one! Right back at ya! Healing circle!
That is the spot! Take this!
Take it!
I
Chronotop
really
field! Illuminate the sky! Downfall! Holy glimmer! Here's a healing arc! First aid! The flames will roar! Burning strike! Raging cascade! I never miss! Illuminate magic and seal!
I'll bring you
War
back
for
from
the
death's abyss!
stockpile! Divine savior! Lightning! Ice prison!
I can feel the medicine working!
Hurricane strike!
I'll bring you back from strike!
Don't mind if I do! Hurricane
I'll bring you back from
Celestial
death's abyss!
a banana! Let's go!
This one's mine!
Blah, blah, magic! Seal! Sleep now!
Nothing gets
Here,
by me.
seal! First aid! Punch it out! Take care of
Damn it.
Pluto!
Not like this!
Alright. Fuck you.
Just as the doctor ordered! Suffocation!
Going in!
Dance in the wind!
Here, let me help!
Seal!
The
First
flame
aid!
inside me yearns to be let free!
This can't be happening!
Blah, 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 magic! Sleep now!
I'm just getting the charges! Me! On guard!
Thunder!
You picked the wrong fight!
Falling storm! Tiger blade! Dragon shell! Here goes! Inferno!
They're not playing around! Razor
I've let you
cyclone!
all down.
Electric shock!
Oh my god, they're all dead again. What the fuck?
I can feel the medicine working. I'll bring you back from
The
death's
heart
abyss.
expert coming through! Resuscitation! Here's a healing arc! The first aid!
Hurricane strike! Lightning!
Oh my god.
Just what the doctor ordered!
Eagle fly!
Healing circle!
Back into the fray!
Take this! Hear me! No out of fury! Burning strike!
Glacial spear!
Pierce evil! Illuminate the dark! Magic is there! Holy light!
Let me help!
You get the gist. I'll heal you all! Field! In here! Circle! Look!
Ignite!
Blah, 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 magic! Cyclone! Ice prison! Healing circle!
That'll bring you down!
All right. In a
Now,
bind.
where was I?
Dance in the wind! Sleep now! Close one! Blah, 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 magic!
Lion Howl!
Healing circle!
I really want one.
Searing cloud! Reload! Raging cascade!
Armor won't save you.
Spread! Hold on to your art!
I'm on it.
Here's a healing hurricane! I'm not in your dream! What would I do without you?
What's this?
Whoa!
Make it right!
Please say.
Now!
Consider yourself finished!
Oh. Oh no, is that it or is there a final form?
After all that, it's still standing. Just how strong is this thing?
It doesn't matter. You just have to keep kicking its ass until it bites the dust.
The Great Spirits!
Damn. Must have been conserving its energy for an escape.
That bastard took off with the Renaissama!
We can't stand here and wait for it to come back. We'll have to follow it through there.
You're right. I don't like it.
How many
but we've got
forms?
no choice.
Yeah. No matter what, we can't let it get away.
How many ads?
All right. Let's go.
Alright. fucking 6-hour
I'm
part.
surprised we can stand here at all. What in the hell is this place?
Beats me. I've never seen anything like it. More importantly, where's the Great Spirit?
Look! Over there!
It has wings now.
What in the world? It's changing shape?
Oh, this is bad. It looks like it's regaining all of its energy. It's going to grow even bigger than before.
Damn it. Come on. We've got to find a way to...
Watch out! Something's heading our way!
Guess they're here to try to stop us. There's so many of them.
That means we've got it running scared. Let's take these out and keep moving!
Get out of our way already!
My god.
I didn't expect such base tactics from a supreme being.
You can't assume we're fighting something that thinks like a human!
Whatever it is, it's wasting time that we don't have.
Yeah, not only that, but that thing is getting bigger by the minute.
It's starting to slow down the more it grows. We should be able to catch up soon enough.
We just need to hold on. Stay strong, everyone, and stand your ground!
50 nails! Is in the sky? Where are you going? The flames will roar! Burning strike! May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds! In here!
Anything in armor is all mine.
Cyclone! Radiant
Take this! Shouldn't have messed with me!
Tunnel! Illuminate the stars! Come forth! Holy glimmer! In here!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
I'll heal you all! Chain between heaven, magic and man! Healing circle! If it's in the sky, it's mine!
Ignite!
Thanks! This one's mine! I've risen!
Armor won't save you!
Illuminate blah blah blah!
Denied! I'm on
Holy lamp!
all good things come to an
Blah
end.
blah blah! In here!
Prepare to be sealed!
Blizzard blow!
No further!
Here's a Dance in the wind! Seal!
I'll stop its charge!
Thanks, Isara! Here's evil!
I've let you all down.
Cyclone!
Not today!
Hold on! Ice prison! I'll bring you back from death's abyss! Not on my watch! You get the gist! Holy Land!
This one's all mine!
You get the gist! Sealed! More for the stockpile!
I'll finish you here and now! Burn in hell!
Holy Land! You can handle it! Burning strike! Ice field! Here's evil!
Now I'm in the group! In a bind?
Lightning strike! The flames will roar! Burning strike! That'll bring you down! May 1,000 gales tear you
You
to
see what
shreds!
happened there as you crossed me. Shouldn't have done that.
Dusty nail!
Make it rain! Demons descend! Flashing fang!
Will this help? Going in!
Now I'm in the group!
Here's a healing arm! Celestial or steel!
I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! I'll finish you here and now!
Hear me! This one's mine! Dance in the wind! In here! Here's evil! Sealed! Here goes! Blah blah blah!
Far enough!
Maelstrom!
Prepare to be sealed!
Fire prison!
On guard! Talon sword!
Cyan in! All stuffed up! Annihilation! Illuminate the dark! Put forth holy glimmer! In here!
In a bind?
Ice prison! Glow's flight! Lightning! Downfall!
This one's mine!
The flames will roar! Burning Let's do it! Xion, astral energy! Full throttle!
Notice when I get nervous and try to concentrate, I grind my teeth. That can't be good.
Brace yourselves! We're going to crash!
We caught up to it.
Hold on. Why did it stop absorbing the energy from Dana?
Like it or not, it lacks the means to do so whilst fighting us. We've become the bigger threat and forced its hand.
All right then. Let's get to work so we can take back the Renaissance.
This madness ends! Here, right now! And this time, we really mean it!
We've all come so far. We've faced so much. We can't get through this together.
Naturally, we are all leaving this fight alive.
Hell, I'm just getting warmed up. You ain't seen nothing yet.
The Great Spirit's getting desperate. So stay on your toes, everyone.
Divine Savior!
What's this?
I'm prison! Here! I'll heal you! I never miss!
Its power's overwhelming.
Then let's whittle down that thing's power. Go!
Right. Let's start with the arm.
Let's do this, Law!
Leave it to me!
Everyone, I'm counting on you.
Far enough!
Thanks!
Tiger Blade! Lion Howl!
Dance in the wind! Air! Hear my call! Gotcha! Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy Glimmer! Holy Lance! Here goes! Take that! In bullseye! Magic is there! In here! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Sweet glacial spear! More evil stockpile! Green sparkling stars of light! Rain down and purify all! Flame of fury! Burning strike! Glacial spear! Here's evil!
That frickin' does it!
Freeze Lancer! Here's a healing orb! Ice Prison! First aid!
Armor won't save you!
Law!
You and me!
From here on out!
Next.
We did it! Go!
Yeah!
Go get it! Amazing! All that astral energy!
I don't like the look of this.
We have to
I
stop
like the look of that either.
Thunder field! Moon of Rockland! Burning! Dance in the wind! Air!
In a bind?
Meteorite! You get the gist!
Now you see what I can do!
Everyone okay?
Still alive somehow, if that's what you mean.
Here, let me heal you.
Gotcha! I'll heal you all! Better!
I don't have much left.
Illuminate the dark!
myself
Come
together.
forth, holy flame! In here!
Flaming meteor!
Healing circle!
Appreciate the help.
Close one! Gotcha!
This one's mine.
A chain between half magic is here! I'm ready! Divine Savior! That'll bring you down! And...
Ignite!
Raging Cascade!
Take this!
May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
No more dithering!
Our future begins here.
Always impressive.
I guess that makes two of us.
Now all that's left is the middle.
Let's do it!
Freeze Lancer! You get the gist! Burning Strike! Thunder Field! You get the gist! Air!
Can't get out of this!
Sweet dreams! I'm on a roll! Glacial Spear! Hurricane Just what the doctor ordered! Holy Land! May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
Prepare to be sealed! In a bind?
Raging Cascade! Glacial Spear!
Magi, come on! Anything in order!
You get the gist!
The flame inside is yours to be let free!
Dance in the wind! Sleep now! Seal!
I've let you all down.
You go, this is it! You have to hold on! Maelstrom! Mega Ray! Lightning! Ice Crystal Fall! I'll bring you back from the abyss! Come over! Here! Flawless Flight! Resuscitation! Electric Shock! Eruption! Tunnel! Not water wash!
Explode! Can't get out of this!
Trigger Blade!
Watch this!
Burning Torrent!
Ready?
Lightning Fury!
Now I'm in the groove!
Now hear my call!
Watch it!
Will this help?
Swallow this! I'll smash you!
I'm on a roll! I'll heal you all! Here's a healing ready! Not a healing wall! Ice Prison! Just what the doctor ordered!
That's the spot.
There! And it's
This one's all mine!
Burn! May 1,000 gales tear you to shreds!
I'll finish you here and
In
now!
here!
Ready to go.
Healing circle!
In a bind?
Back into the fray! Too much to handle! Blah blah blah! Burning strike!
The enemy wields arcs too.
You'll soon see about that! You get the gist! Crossblade! Healing circle! This one's mine! You get the gist!
Sheila, it's you and me!
This is it!
This ends now!
Fuck it up!
Alphen!
What's going on? What did we hit? Did we collapse onto a part of Rena?
Yeah! We're both fine. We're going to start the ceremony now, before it can recover. Shion.
Yeah.
Get into the Pokeball, please. Why? Why? You can't be fucking serious.
Just as I told you I would.
Hurry! The Great Spirit is reviving itself!
Shion, what are we doing? No.
Shion! Absorbing the Great Spirit!
Apologies. I can't suppress it for very long.
Hand it over right now. use this to defeat the Great Spirit. Which is precisely why I'm here. Stand aside and watch.
So then you know how to destroy the Great Spirit.
Just as well as you and your sorry lot. The Great Spirit that tried to control me will be annihilated. I won't let you do that! Yet do it I shall. And there's nothing you can do to stop me.
This is a solo battle?
You bastard! I shall fulfill my duty as a ruler. With this power, I'll bury that woman and the Great Spirit. Then this charade will finally end. Save everyone. And Sion! Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were. Even the other lords, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind too. But you have nothing, only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic, truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to.
You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long.
But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away.
Oh boy.
Wait! There! Enough of your foolishness! You will know nothing but agony! Take this! The fury of lightning! My turn! Double Demon Fang! I shall erase everything! Burn! Here I come! Mirage! Dragon Swarm! Mirage! Here I come! Flee! Enough of your foolishness! You're my... The fury of lightning! Why do you resist? Dragon Swarm! Double Demon Fang! Be stiff! Mirage! You're mine! Fury of lightning! Dragon Swarm! Double Demon Fang! Try harder! Not a chance! Here I come! Strike! Take this! Flee! I shall erase everything! Burn! You're mine! I'm not done! Double Demon Fang! You're finished! You will beg me for mercy! Flee! Enough of your foolishness! This one's all mine! Flee! Enough of your foolishness! Out of my sight! The fury of lightning! Take this! Out of my sight! I can't stand this.
I need to change my arts, that's for certain. Sure. Oh no. I'm just putting a ton of shit on here.
Silence. I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other limbs, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to.
You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long.
But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! Dragon Swarm! Out of my sight! Enough of your foolishness! I'm not... Take this! Ah! I could do without this pain. You will. At my hand! Try harder! Not a chance! Orochi's Fury! I shall erase everything! Burn! Dragon Swarm! Orochi's Fury! I'm not done! Try harder! Why do you resist? Swarm! The flame inside me yearns you to be let free! At my hand! Try harder! My turn! Orochi's Fury! Out of my sight! The fury of lightning!
What?
I can't stand this. Silence.
In one hit.
I'll tear you apart, slay the girl and the Great Spirit, and erect a fortress of death over both worlds. What do you get from all this? When you have all that power, what will you do? My dominion shall reign over all existence. Nothing else matters. That's it? This is so you can rule over all existence just because? Despicable as they were, even the other ones, even the Great Spirit had a future in mind. But you have nothing. Only death. So what? It matters little to me. You are pathetic. Truly pathetic. And you're not. You are a failure. Empty. A sovereign who couldn't even die in his own time as he was meant to.
You're right. I used to wonder why I was still alive after so long.
But there are things in this world, in the here and now, that are worth protecting. That's why I'm still here. And I won't let you take them away! You're mine! Strike! It's out of my sight! You're finished! Double Demon Fang! I shall erase everything! You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm! Orochi's Fury! Flee! Try harder! Out of my Why do you resist? Dragon, this one's all mine! Enough of your foolishness! You will know nothing but anger! The fury of lightning! Dragon Swarm! Orochi's Fury! The fury of lightning! Try hard! Not a chance! Double Demon Fang! Orochi's Fury! Try hard! Not a chance! Double Demon Fang! I shall erase everything! Burn! I am the sovereign! Dragon You Swarm. Are nothing! Destruction! Orochi's Fury! You will beg me for mercy! The fury of lightning! You're mine! It's on! To hell! You will suffer at my hand! Lead! The fury of lightning! My turn! Out of my sight! The fury of lightning! Take this! No escape! You will suffer at my hand! The fury of lightning! Dragon swarm!
The fuck is that?
This is looking good! I should erase everything! This should do it! I'll destroy you! All shall fall before me! Stop! Eat dirt! Accept your fate! Take it! Do it! No chance! You control others to keep from being controlled, but that's a path of never-ending hatred! Don't you understand? It can only end in destruction. The only way to avoid it is with forgiveness! The words of a coward! Your weakness disgusts me! You're wrong. It takes true power to forgive! I have no use for forgiveness. The strong shall always triumph here.
You say that because you've been alone so long. If you had someone, anyone to turn to, a single friend, someone to love, people who would support and guide you can't have been alone your whole life. All I remember is the lashes of whips. Each strike spreading a stream of fire across my back. The masters who killed slaves for sport. And the slaves who sacrificed their compatriots that they might live. There is no love, no friendship, not there or anywhere else. Is there no way for you to see this differently?
Oh, shit.
Gamble the fate of this world to save a single life, and yet I am the evil one? How utterly ridiculous.
Holy
It's true.
shit.
Maybe it is selfish of me to want to save her, but I swore that I would let no one else be sacrificed in this battle. I can't bear to see her dying.
Oh, I'm using only the blazing
You
sword
and
now.
I are so much more alike than I had ever imagined. No, we're not. I want a world built on kindness, on giving, on warmth. You take and destroy. I'm nothing like you.
Seems bad.
I have proved them! All others shall be banished! Try harder! It's on! Try harder! Not a chance! Now!
The blazing sword.
With the power Shion has bestowed upon me, I'll take you down! Hold nothing back! The fury of lightning! This isn't looking good! Rending blast! Explosive ring! Rending blast! Try this! It's over! You are the last obstacle impeding my progress! Die! That's my line! I'll show you the limits of your solitude!
Come on, Alphen. Ah.
What you've done is evil. There's no denying that. I know. You didn't walk your path out of weakness, but merely from misguided strength. Misguided because you were alone. Because you had no friends to keep you on the straight and narrow. No one to use all that strength for, other than yourself. That loneliness could make a monster out of anyone. Out of me. I understand. And I forgive you, Volrun. I don't need your victor's pity. And you can choke on your vain forgiveness. Don't! You wish to save this world? To make your selfish dreams into reality? If you choose to walk that path, you choose a path of betrayal, despair, and corruption. And in the darkness at the end, I'll be waiting for you! Volrun! I'm sorry. The Renaissance is...
Yes. But you still possess the blazing sword. It may not be quite as strong as the Rena's Alma, but nonetheless...
I can't! I would never! It would kill you!
My thorns, they're... Soon the great astral spirit will break free. And when that happens, no one will be spared. But there's still time. You can still destroy the thorns. And me with them.
But that's exactly what we've been fighting to prevent. I promised I would find a way to save you.
You did. I know. But I don't want you to die either. So please, don't let me be the end of the world.
That's it. Look! The path Dana's energy flowed through is still open. We can use it to call out to Dana's will!
Alphen, what are you saying?
Don't you remember? Rinwell said there was a little bit of Dana's will inside all of us. If there is a way everyone can come together to form Dana's will, then maybe we can ask for it to help us, to find us a way out of this.
Are you really saying that if all of Dana thinks of saving us, it will become the will of the planet itself? That's madness.
Maybe so, but it's the only way we can save you. And the only way to save Rena, too.
To save Rena?
That's right. Rena's will never had evil intent. If we're saving everyone, that includes them. I don't want to live in a world without you, Xion. And I'm tired of living a life built on death.
Alphen, I'm with you.
All right, everybody. Raise your hands. Lend them your energy.
Hear my plea. I want to save Xion. And I want to save Rena too. I want to end this cycle of one joy, constantly being sacrificed for another's pain. So please, grant us your strength!
Here comes the copyright claim. There you go. Oh wow. Is there gonna be some after the credits stuff? I think that is the hardest I've ever shipped a head ship before. How long have we been going? 4 hours and 9 minutes. Holy shit. These are the Japanese voice actors. Wait, did they reforge into a single world? Yay! Big hugs. Now is the time for big hugs.
Let's go!
Alright. Wow. Ugh. How was that? My goodness. What time is it? It's almost 5 o'clock. Shut down something real quick. When this plays out, I guess I can collect my thoughts. Well, looks like I'm not skipping the credits. There's supposed to be more stuff that only plays during the credits, so yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. So, let's talk. This game was far more than I ever expected it to be. When I sat down and I played the demo, and I got to the end of that, I was like, wow, this is a pretty fun game. I guess I'll give it a shot. I didn't have really anything going on. What was it, mid-September when this came out. So, when I had fun with the demo, it just felt natural. Well, I'll give this a shot, and I guess I'll stream it and see what happens. My friend Kevin is a bit more familiar with the Tales series, and he told me it might be fun for you to stream. So just give it a shot. And I did, and I am super happy that I did, because this is a phenomenal game. both gameplay, story, music. It's got all of it going on. Through it, I have found Rinwell quite possibly my favorite caster in any video game. It was so much fun to play her as, and I was still discovering new things about her up until the very end there. I didn't say it earlier, but in this part, in the final part, I discovered, hey, if you get a bit of a combo going, your cast times go down drastically. So that's a bit of good information to have. I probably read it somewhere and didn't register it. But oh my god, this game. Such good writing. Really, really good writing. I don't think I can understate that. All the things that I've said about it before, about the things that I didn't quite like about this game, I think that still stands. The things that, the way it tends to lock you into things, there are certain sprints they have to make that really, at least from like a Let's Play and streaming perspective, it's not, you know, it feels really long, so... That, and what I mentioned about, what was it? The way it would bring up what they had to do afterwards, and how all the characters were worried about what would happen after their journey was done because of all the work they would have to do. And like I said, while I appreciate the fact that the characters were very conscious about that, it did lead to a lot of instances where it felt like the story would slow down to a crawl. Especially because it came up so often. Dohalim and Rinwell tended to like fall back onto that sort of thing a lot, as well did Shion, and there's a few times where I'm just like, come on guys, we'll deal with that afterwards. We gotta do the thing. We gotta do the thing now. But overall, these are minor complaints. These are things that I nitpick at, you know, just because I feel like I have to. Because besides that, this game is great. This game is so good. I don't know if the rest of the Tales series lives up to this. This is my first Tales game. So I'll talk to Kevin and see if there's any other that I should look at. If there are things that I can play on the PS4 or PS5. So we'll see. So is the epilogue going to be a cutscene, or is it going to be this artwork that we're seeing now? She's going fishing. Yep. I am tired. That guy on the left looks like Ardbert. There are definitely some instances in this storytelling where I was like, I'm not saying it's definite, but it maybe I'm just biased. It definitely feels like they may have taken inspiration from FF14's story, just because some of the beats at the final leg of the story felt so similar. And like, hey, nothing wrong with that. You want to take inspiration from something, you can do far worse than 14, that's for sure. I want to know the lore reason as to why there are owls on Rena. I think I've basically said all that I can really think about as to saying. So all that's really left is to wait out the rest of these credits. While that happens, I'm going to use the bathroom because I've had to do that for like 2 hours now, so I'll be right back. Oh my goodness. Stay put, headphones. God, stand up and stretch. There's a reason why I don't do streams these long. Nope. We coming to the end of it? Hey! They got married. Look at fucking Dol Halim having to style on everybody. Fucking outdressing everyone, including the bride. What the fuck? Finito. You finished the game. The game will now save your clear data. Loading this file will unlock a new quest, where brand new adventures and encounters await. Note the clear data save point is right before the final battle. You have also unlocked New Game Plus mode on the title screen. New Game Plus lets you carry over your clear data into a new game. Yes. Oh, look at that. Well, everybody, that's that. Any final words? Not really. I think I've said my piece. This game's great, and I will definitely be looking forward to any other Tales games that come out in the future. And as well as, you know, talking to Kevin and seeing what's out there in the past that I missed out on that I can go back to. So, why don't we load in and just say goodbye. This has been a truly phenomenal experience, and man, it feels... This game isn't any longer than any other RPG, but man, does it feel long. It feels super long. But I'm sad it's over and also relieved. I can take a rest now before Endwalker comes out. But thank you everybody who's decided to stop by on the streams and watch on YouTube. I guess this is the part where I say, you know, if you're watching on Twitch, please consider following, and if you're watching on YouTube, please consider subscribing. Of course, you can find the playlist of the whole thing. Should be up there right about now. And as always, please take care. And I hope you had fun watching, because I had fun playing. Alright. I'm gonna go lay down for a while. Bye, everybody. Take care. 4 hours, 30 minutes. Jesus Christ.